I am Professor O.B. Daniel Taria. I am the President of the National Postgraduate College of Nigeria. I'm here with my college registrar, Professor Winuhu Dog. Congratulates the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons on the 16th. I bring the first quality improvement in postgraduate medical education in Africa. This was the most insightful meeting. This really is the way to go. Our boundaries as nations are only firmly and clearly demarcated in maps. On the ground, diseases don't respect it. Human migration doesn't respect it. Poverty doesn't respect it either. The theme this year on disability, health and socio-economic impact is most apt. Planners cannot ignore the effect on the economy and social benefits of the people with limited disabilities. So the convokees of today, big congratulations to you. We wish the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons a happy celebration. Long live the Ghana College of Physicians. Thank you. Nigeria College of Physicians said,
my name is Benjamin Harris, and I'm the president of the Nigeria College of Physicians and Surgeons. Distinguished honorable members of the high table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I beg to proceed under this protocol. I bring you warm fraternal greetings on behalf of council, officers, fellows and members of the Liberia College of Physicians and Surgeons on this auspicious occasion representing your 16th Annual General and Scientific Meeting. I recall that it was in 2012 that I first paid a visit to this honorable college. At that time, we were in the process of thinking about commencing our postgraduate program in Liberia. In Liberia, there were many thoughts about whether we should commence the program, considering our limited capacities. We came here as a part of the delegation headed by the then Deputy Minister of Health to learn from you about your experiences in starting the postgraduate program. And I must say that you extended us very good welcome. You organized a very detailed program for us. We were able to meet all relevant persons, hold useful discussions, and you guided us and gave us encouragement in starting our program. We thank you very much. You have continued to provide support to us as we continue to run our program. The theme of this conference is a very important one. It's an area that has not received the prioritization that it deserves. The United Nations, the estimation is that there exist about 18 million people in Africa with disability, and this number is expected to rise considerably. Most of our countries lack the resources and sometimes even the commitment to make some impact in this extreme challenge. Children with disability are denied the support and the educational resources that are needed to enable them to cope with future challenges. It is therefore very useful that you have chosen this important theme for your conference. On behalf of my college, the Liberia College of Physicians and Surgeons, I extend to you successful deliberations as you attempt to address this formidable problem. Thank you very much.
I don't think colleges of medicine of South Africa Before we proceed, I'd like to introduce a few dignitaries who are here with us. Those who did not come up, I will mention them for recognition. On the West African College of Physicians, we have Dr. Albert Apalu, who is the Secretary General. We also have the College Treasurer, Dr. Ifeme Enobong. On the West African College of Surgeons, we have their first Vice President, Professor Peter Donko. And then from the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College, we have the Registrar, Professor Owoyinloho Udofia. Prof. Adrai, Owoyinloho, thank you. Please, one for me. Then I'll go from left to right. We have our immediate past President of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, Professor Anyeka Elase. Then we have our immediate past Rector, Professor David Okorede. And then we have a member of council. That is first name. Dr. Eric Njedu. He represents the CEO of Teaching Hospital. And then we have Dr. Isian Asad, the immediate past Director General of the Ghana Health Service. I'm told he's now the special advisor to the President on Health. Next to him, we have Dr. Moses Adibo, who is an icon in public health in Ghana. Incidentally, in February this year, the faculty celebrated him around his 90 years old. And you know, recently we had some challenges with our residents and been fighting a little bit with us. Some of them are telling us we don't tell them, give them information, we don't know what is going on. But this 90-year-old man drove to the college last week to ask us what arrangements we are making for this PGSM. He has a love and passion for this guy. So last on the list, on that level, we have Dr. Dixon Bango, who is the representative of residents from council. I'll come back with a few more later. We will now invite the choir to give us a musical anthem. A round of applause for them, please. Please, let's do it better. We will now listen to the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. Most of the time when we want to introduce, we just say the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. But today I want to say a little bit more about him. I don't have his permission. My job is on the line. But I'll still say it. Well, Professor Plandu trained as a medical doctor in the University of Science and Technology. At the time, that's what he was called. And he was one of the early finishers. And when he completed, he got a scholarship to do a PhD in physiology in Manchester. After that, he obeyed the rules and came back to the country. He completed his training in nephrology, in internal medicine at both West African College, the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He has had a very illustrious career. He doesn't like talking about it. But he's also a past president of the Ghana Medical Association. Currently, he's been the rector of the college for the last 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Plandu.
Good morning, everybody. The chairman for the occasion and chairman of the College Council, Professor Pong, the guest of honor, Reverend Father Campbell, Parish Christ the King Parish Accra, College President John Nkrumah Mills, the Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Edmund, represented by the Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Alexander Aban, who is also the MP for Bomwa West Constituency. The Vice President, Division of Surgeons, Professor Sam Debra, Vice President, Division of Physicians, Dr. Rick Paulson, members of the College Council, College Lecturer, Professor Anthony Edusei, past Presidents of the College, past Rectors of the College, representatives of sister colleges here with us, fellows and members of the college, prospective inductees, representatives of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and privilege to deliver the Rector's Address, the 16th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons this morning. Today is a day set aside on the calendar of the college to admit deserving new members and fellows to the fold of the college. It also provides me the opportunity to give an account of some of the college's activities over the last year, since I reported on the last 8 years. We will induct into the fold of the college this morning 167 new members and 47 new fellows. Some of these individuals fulfill the requirements of their specialist training in various disciplines of medicine and dentistry in their various faculties and have passed the requisite membership or fellowship examination. In addition, we will also be inducting into the fellowship of the college practicing colleagues who have been adjudged by their peers worthy to be selected into the fold of the college as fellows. I'm happy to announce that the college is graduating its first fellows by examination from the Faculty of Pediatrics and Child Health this year. And I advise Dr. Adriana Nama Asante, Dr. Joyce Sengami, and Dr. Young to get up and think about it. To all the new members and fellows, I say congratulations on your high achievements. The admittance into the college marks the beginning of your formal association with this rapidly developing institution. I would hope that your actions will at all times reflect the ideals and the high standards of the college, and that you are poised to contribute your individual quota to the growth of this college. Indeed, there are various roles each and every one of you can play in your individual faculties, including attending faculty meetings, serving on committees, participating in continuous professional development programs, and attending the business meetings of the college. You must all get involved to make the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons a truly vibrant college. Since its inception, the college has trained a total of 1,212 specialists in various specialty areas at the membership level. We have also trained a further 115 consultant-eligible senior specialists. As part of today's program, as we heard earlier, we'll be honoring a gentleman, Professor David John Howard, who is a consultant ENT and ear, nose and throat surgeon and professor of ENT at the Royal National Throat, Nose and Ear Hospital, London, UK, who for close to 2 decades has given freely of himself and at his own cost to the mentoring and teaching of consultants and residents and assisting with the management of ENT patients who require complex surgical interventions. We've been told about the theme of this year's ATSM. This theme has been carefully chosen to provide us the opportunity to reflect on the nexus between disability, health, and socioeconomic dynamics, and to review what inclusion policies are available and the gaps in these policies that prevent persons with disability from living a full and rewarding life. The 3rd of December was International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Hence, as part of the activities of this year's annual General Scientific Meeting, the college organized a public lecture on the 4th of December on the theme. It was put together in collaboration with the National Council on Persons with Disability and the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. The lecture was very well attended and the 3 presentations were very well received. Let me also remind you that this evening we'll have a college dinner at which certificate of membership and fellowship of the college will be given out to individuals who will be inducted this morning. We will round off the ATSM activities with a scientific meeting tomorrow and a business meeting of members and fellows on Friday. And all members and fellows, including the newly inducted ones, are invited to the meeting. I'd now like to highlight a few important activities that have taken place in the college over the year. The first one is admissions into residency. In line with the calendar of the selection interviews for admission into faculties of the college. A total of 346 new residents were admitted. This is made up of 254 residents and 92 senior residents. The college also organized its primary membership and fellowship examinations in March and September 2019 this year. The combined results for the two sets of exams are as follows: 283 out of 419 candidates passed the primary exam, giving a pass rate of 68%. 166 out of 180 candidates passed the membership exam, a pass rate of 92%. It's actually the highest pass rate we've ever had in any exam in the college. 22 out of 29 candidates passed the fellowship exams, a pass rate of 76%. Now, new program. A new fellowship program in pediatric ophthalmology in the Faculty of Ophthalmology was approved by the academic board of the college in line with meeting national manpower needs. The academic board also approved an 18-month post-fellowship program in spine surgery. This program will be based at the full-cost orthopedic hospital. The interview process for the first candidate on the program has been completed. The program will commence in January 2020. Diploma in Project Design and Management. Last year, I announced to you the commencement of a one-year Diploma in Project Design and Management program for all residents as a way of improving the research acumen of doctors training in the college. I'm happy to inform you that the first cohort of residents on the program will graduate in February 2020. Now let me say a few things about emergency medicine specialty. A decade ago, the specialty of emergency medicine was alien in Ghana. It took the bold decision of the leadership of the college at that time to put in place the Faculty of Emergency Medicine and to begin training in the specialty. To date, over 10 years, the faculty has trained 46 emergency physician specialists at membership level and 7 senior specialists at fellowship level. A further 16 residents are currently at various stages of their training. This tremendous achievement was made possible with the immense support and contribution of the University of Michigan. In particular, I would want to place on record the indebtedness of the college to Professor Bill Bassan, the founding chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine at the University of Michigan. Professor Paul Nyami, the founding rector of the college, Dr. George Odro, chairman of the Faculty of Emergency Medicine of the Ghana College, and Dr. Rockefeller Oting of the University of Michigan, and a trainer on the program. From scratch, the college has been able to establish emergency medicine practice in Ghana. This has also been possible because of a number of collaborators. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and we have here Professor Peter Dong, who personally played an important role in this. The Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, National Ambulance Service, and Kompanochi Teaching Hospital. The emergency medicine training and practice is one of the biggest success stories of the college. The specialty has grown from a non-existent specialist 10 years ago to a well-established specialty, offering invaluable care to many patients with life-threatening illnesses and injuries, and improving patient outcomes in such individuals. The decade was celebrated with a very successful conference in Kumasi, which was organized by the Emergency Medicine Society of Ghana. I think we all deserve a round of applause. So, I'll say a few things about new linkages. During the year, the college finalized collaborative links with the H.B. Moffitt Cancer Center and Research Institute in Florida in the USA to provide support to enrich the college's training program, Radiation Oncology and Radiation Therapy. Under the arrangement, senior residents will spend up to a year at the institute to acquire skills that they would otherwise not be able to acquire in Ghana. The college also formalizes relationship with the Kellogg Eye Center of the University of Michigan to provide support to a new program in pediatric ophthalmology to foster residents' external rotations in the specialty. I informed you last year about the commencement of a new fellowship program in pediatric oncology in the Faculty of Pediatrics. It's my pleasure to inform you that the college signed a memorandum of understanding with World Child Cancer, under which the college will receive substantial financial support to fund the training of residents from Ghana and the West Africa Sub-region in pediatric oncology. Sure, some of you will be happy to note that the funding covers resident fees, living expenses, external rotation, travel and subsistence costs, and support for research towards the fellowship dissertation. Now, the National Cathedral. I'm sure for a number of you, one of the things agitating your minds is whether the construction of the proposed National Cathedral is going to affect the College building in any way. Many of you have come inquiring whether the college building is going to be affected. I'm happy to inform you that the college building is safe. And will not in any way be affected by the construction of the National Cathedral. Now, challenge is nothing. Our main challenge is one. That of sustainable funding for residency training. I'm happy that the Deputy Minister is here. I hope he takes the message to the Minister. The college's cardinal challenge remains funding of residency training through the college. In line with the terms and conditions of service document signed with the Ghana Medical Association for Doctors and Dentists, government agreed to fund directly the training of residents starting from the 2018-2019 academic year. However, the current arrangement for sourcing of the funds has been anything but satisfactory, as funds for the last academic year have not been fully released to the college. This has greatly hampered the smooth running of the activities of the college. And I would like to make a passionate appeal to the Minister of Health to see to the implementation of a more efficient and sustainable arrangement for funding of residency training in the college. That is the only way we can sustain the achievements of the college in line with its mandate of training to meet the medical specialist manpower needs of the country. Finally, I'd like to thank immensely all the hard-working faculty officers of the college and the staff of the college who continue to ensure that programs and activities of the college run smoothly and in line with the set standards. I'm also truly appreciative of the continued support of the Chairman of Council and the members of Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. And I noticed that when you were talking about external competition and the things that, the benefits that come with it, this section and the other section of the room were really smiling. But those in the middle were not smiling. Because they are fellows, they finish, they can't benefit. But these ones will benefit later. We will now invite the Deputy Minister for Health, Dr. Mr. Alexander Kokikom Aban, to give us an address on behalf of the Minister of Health.
Good morning. It is not surprising that you decided to call me a doctor. I feel very intimidated in the midst of many doctors and professors wearing their crowns, and I'm here naked. Probably I should have taken my down as a lawyer to at least show that I'm within it. Anyway, I refuse to be intimidated. I believe that the rector has given an elaborate list of the various people, the various personalities here, and I don't intend to imitate that and engage in that exercise. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking your kind indulgence to stand on the existing protocol as ably enumerated, elaborated by the rector. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and the Commander-in-Chief of Ghana Armed Forces. I bring you equally warm greetings from Mr. Agsm, the Honorable Minister for Health, at whose command I have the singular honor and great delight to be here among you today to address you on the occasion of the meeting for the graduation of, or for the call to fellowship and membership of. I must hasten to explain that the Honorable Minister is not among us, not because he does not intend to, but because other personal official duties have literally detained him with the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health for the consideration of the annual estimates of the Ministry of Health and its numerous supporting agencies. I therefore have his instructions to register his deep regrets for his inability to be with you today, but be sure that he is here with you in spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, disability is an umbrella term covering impairments, activity limitations, and participation restrictions. An impairment is a problem in body function or structure. An activity limitation is a difficulty encountered by an individual in executing a task or action, while a participation restriction is a problem experienced by an individual in their involvement in life situations. Disability is thus not just a health problem. It's a complex phenomenon reflecting the interaction between features of a person's body and features of the society in which he or she lives. Overcoming the difficulties faced by people with disabilities requires interventions to remove environmental and social barriers. People with disabilities have the same health needs as non-disabled persons for immunization, cancer screening, and all other medical problems that we can think of. They also may experience a narrower margin of health, not only because of poverty and social exclusion, but also because they may be vulnerable to secondary conditions such as pressure sores or urinary tract infections. Persons with disabilities face both physical and social barriers in accessing the health and rehabilitation services that they need in many settings. More than 1 billion people in the world live with some form of disability. Out of these, 200 million experience considerable difficulties in functioning. In the years ahead, disability will be an even greater concern because its prevalence is on the rise. This is due to aging population and the higher risk of disability in older people, as well as the global increase in chronic health conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and mental health disorders. Since 1992, the International Day of Persons with Disabilities has been observed annually on 3rd December. The theme for this year's International Day of Persons with Disabilities was, and I quote, promoting the participation of persons with disabilities and their leadership, taking action on the 2030 Development Agenda, unquote. The theme focused on the empowerment of persons with disabilities for inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development as envisioned in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which pledges on what is now a mantra to, my quote, leave no one behind, unquote, and recognizes disability as a cross-cutting issue to be considered in the implementation of its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore apt and gratifying that as part of its 16th Annual General and Scientific Meeting, the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons has selected a theme on disability. I am informed that you organized a public lecture on your theme, Disability, Health and Socioeconomic Impact, on the 4th of December with excellent results. Ghana has done well over the years in ensuring that persons with disability are mainstreamed into the national development process. I note with satisfaction that in Ghana, persons with disabilities have unrestrained access at all levels of the Ghanaian education. Not only do they have access, but they are also receiving quality education and are excelling academically. Government programs such as the Nation Builders Corps, Youth Employment Agency, Planning for Food and Jobs have been extended to cover persons with disabilities. It's on record that the Nation Builders Corps has engaged 8 persons with disabilities who are graduates. Again, the Ministry of Business Development Women with Disability Empowerment Program aims to scale up women entrepreneurs who have disabilities by supporting them with startup capital. Perhaps mention can also be made of the government's policy of employing persons with disabilities at various toll booths in the country. Ghana has fulfilled its obligation in paragraph 79 of the Sustainable Development Goals document by submitting a voluntary national review report to the United Nations in July 2019. The report recommended, among others, that metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies should have disability desk officers. Government will increase awareness and knowledge of law and policymakers on the needs of persons with disabilities and on laws and policies that affect them. The country is making gains as far as these requirements are concerned. For example, there are 32 elected and appointed members of the district assemblies who are persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities have been appointed on boards and councils across the country. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, through the National Council on Persons with Disability, is currently sensitizing the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies on mainstreaming disability into their development agenda. Particularly, the Fiscal Planning Department and Works Department of the various municipal, metropolitan, district, and district assemblies are being sensitized on the implementation of the Ghana Accessibility Standards on the built environment in order to make the environment barrier-free. The Social Welfare Department of MNDAs are being sensitized on the management and disbursement of the 3% Common Fund for persons with disabilities and on building the capacity of fund management committees for the 3% Common Fund for persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities have 2 automatic seats on these committees. The 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana makes provision for the fundamental human right of all Ghanaians. Article 29 of the Constitution specifically imposes an obligation on Parliament to legislate laws protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. The Constitution makes provision for the rights of persons with disabilities, including the right to live a decent life with their families or foster parents, and to participate fully in social and recreational activities. The Constitution further guarantees the right of persons with disabilities against all forms of exploitation, discriminatory or abuse regulations of all kinds. The Constitution also preserves the right of persons with disabilities to uninterrupted access to all public places. Some special incentives, such as tax exemptions, are also guaranteed for persons with disabilities engaged in business and employers who employ persons with disabilities. Although the 1993 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana specifically imposed an obligation on Parliament to legislate laws to protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities, this obligation was, however, not discharged for various reasons until 14 years later in 2006, when the Disability Act, Act 715, was passed. The National Disability Policy 2000 document is targeted at addressing the needs of persons with disabilities. The policy seeks to ensure that persons with disabilities receive the appropriate training, adequate technical aids, and necessary support services in order to increase their capacity to deal with tasks and challenges of life in a dignified manner. The goal of the National Disability Policy is to ensure that by 2020, persons with disabilities are found actively participating in the national development process through equalization of opportunities that will improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities. The policy also aims at creating awareness among the general public about according equal respect to persons with disabilities in society. Due to lack of appropriate legal backing, the policy has not been able to achieve much of the objective set out in the policy document. That notwithstanding, the National Disability Policy paved the way for the passage of the Disability Act of 2006, Act 715. A number of the issues stipulated in the Disability Act were adopted for the National Disability Policy. Mr. Chairman, permit me at this juncture to respectfully call on the college to develop a program to provide appropriate inputs into the review of the ongoing National Disability Policy, because the college is endowed with specialists who have the technical knowledge and information that aspect of the policy requires. The ministry is proud of the achievement of this college since its inception. Training a total of 565 physicians and 647 surgeons in various specialties is laudable, and I believe congratulations are important. We would, however, like to encourage the college to double its efforts to train more specialists in psychiatry, oncology, and ENT. At this juncture, let me seek your kindest indulgence, Chairman, to now thank our graduates. On behalf of the Ministry of Health, and on my own behalf, and probably standing in as a proxy for your relations and well-wishes, I would like to extend a well-deserved heartiest congratulations to all the 252 graduates who will be passing out today. You have spent the time, talents, and treasure to come this far. We expect that you will contribute to your project to the healthcare delivery system in Ghana by remaining in the country. May I repeat that? By remaining in the country. You have been provided with skills in this environment, and we trust that you will try to use those skills also in this environment. I invite you to accept to the rural areas of this that need your services the most. No place is too far, no place is too remote, no place is too outlandish. Government will continue to engage, ensure that the the promise made to cover the financial obligations of residents to the college will continue in a much smoother fashion than has been so far, and I believe I've answered your question. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, before I resume my seat, I wish to assure our positions and sessions that we look forward to having a long working relationship with them. But in making this firm assurance, I would like to remind our doctors to live by their Hippocratic oath and institute unethical practices. Indeed, the practice where doctors in public health facilities refer patients to private facilities and later meet the clients in those private facilities for their own private financial gains must stop. They must serve our people with diligence and dedication, and I'm certain that God will more than meet their needs. I wish you great success in your practice. God bless us all, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. And I thank you for your kind attention.
I'm sorry, but the rector is not smiling. He was hoping he would bring a check, but then I was here and pulling. All right, before we bring in our college lecturer, I would like to recognize a few dignitaries amongst us. I'll start with the board chairperson of the Christian Health Association of Ghana, Dr. Mrs. Agatha Boni. Oh, she's on the back. Okay. Sorry. We also have a member of the Board of Trustees of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. She's a lawyer, and she's Mrs. B.D. Amanda Amwafu Yeboah. We also have the acting deputy chief executive responsible for medical devices, cosmetics, household chemicals of the Food and Drugs Authority, representing the chief executive of the authority, Mrs. Eke Amaki. We also have the district minister of Bethel Congregation, Accra, of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Reverend Charles Adom Takwa. We also have the chairman of the National Labour Commission, lawyer Andy Asamoah. We also have the General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana, Reverend Dr. Cyril Fayose. And last but not the least on my list, the President of the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Frank Kogi. So our college lecturer is an associate professor of health promotion in the School of Public Health at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where he's also the vice dean and head of the Department of Health Promotion and Disability Studies. He was the architect and played a key role in the establishment of the Center for Disability and Rehabilitation Studies in KUSP. He is a recipient of the Norfolk, Swiss, and Commonwealth Fellowships for Professional Development. Currently, he is the coordinator for the Office of Persons with Disability at KNUST, seeing to the full implementation of the university's disability policy, which he contributed to in its development. He also serves on the Ghana National Committee that drafted the Inclusive Education Policy document and serves on the National Steering Committee to see to its implementation nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a better person to speak to us on the theme that the college chose this year. Let's welcome Dr. Anthony Kofi.
Professor Nicholas Mokon, Chairman of this occasion, and Chairman of the Council, Honorable Deputy Minister of Health, representing the Minister, Rector of the College of Physicians, Surgeons, Academic Board, members of the College, members of the Council of the College, Nanano, Reverend Father Campbell, the special guest of honor, distinguished guests, fellows of the college, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very happy to have been invited to give this lecture to an August gathering like this. And my excitement is based on the fact that I have the opportunity to share my understanding and appreciation of an important human developmental issue, which has unfortunately been ignored by most health professionals. Indeed, I am very grateful to the organizers of this event for choosing this topic and for inviting me as a speaker or lecturer. Since I am supposed to talk about disability, health and socioeconomic impact, I wish to start with the definition of disability and follow it with the discussion of the health and socioeconomic impact. Then I conclude with few recommendations. On the definition, disability is multidimensional and overarching human developmental issue. Until 2001, when WHO developed and published the ICF, which is the International Classification of Functioning, Disability and Health, definition of disability has been mostly dependent on conceptualization. And this has been indicated by WHO 2002 and CRAN 2006. Now, on the basis of the ICF classification, this disability can be seen to have three components, and as the Deputy Minister said, these components are impairment, activity limitation, and participation restriction. It covers a broad spectrum of functioning at the body, personal, and societal levels at all the above mentioned areas, and that is also acquired by CRAN 2011. So I'll talk about each of these components. Impairment. This refers to the anatomical deformities of the body resulting from congenital causes, infections or injuries, which can lead to impaired functioning of the affected body part. For example, some are born without legs, and some lose their legs through injuries, and some are born without sight. These are examples of impairment. Apparently, in the views of many people, when we talk about disability, this is the only thing we are talking about. That is the impairment aspect of disability. But the activity limitation and participation restriction is another important component of that subject. So I'll talk about the activity limitation. These refer to difficulties or challenges encountered in performing daily activities or tasks. For example, the elderly who cannot walk without support. The malaria patient who is bedridden for about 3 days. A patient with cochlear implant who needs that to enhance hearing. And the patient with catheter to facilitate urinating. The biliary ulcer patient with contractures in the hands or other parts of the body. The stroke patient who cannot walk normally. And the men who require aphrodisiacs to enhance sexual performance. These are examples of disability. So I'll talk about participation restriction. This refers to the challenges people encounter as they participate in life activities or events. Generally, barriers which the society presents as challenges in the lives of people with or without disability restrict their participation in life events and activities. And examples of this dimension of disability include doctors who do not have the patience, training or orientation and the resource support to attend to the healthcare needs of persons with disability. I'm giving this example because we are talking about participation restriction. Their participation in getting access to quality healthcare is restricted in this sense. Health facilities without disability-friendly environment to enable persons with disability to use them. Schools that will exclude people or students with disability. Parents who will deny their children marriage to their loved ones with disability. Parents of children with disability who will lock these children up due to social stigma. And then lack of national policies that provide support for the vulnerable members of the society. So all these are issues about disability because they restrict participation for both people with or without disability. Now, if we talk about disability, people speak about models of disability. And these models explain disability from different perspectives. They differ in assumptions, characteristics, measure, point of foci, and intervention, indicated by Khan et al. 2006. These models are modified under classified under religious or moral, medical or health, social, human rights, economic, charity, and limits models. That's also by Retif and Letsosa 2018. But they are broadly classified as the medical or health and then the social models. And the social model sees disability as a condition visited to people to reward evil deeds. It is perceived as permanent burden on society and associated with poverty and underdevelopment, with the victims excluded in social functions. It is for this reason that in most societies, people born with disabilities are killed. Medical and health model. The medical and health model of disability perceives disability as a disease. This is indicated by Retif and the SOSA 2018. And historically, people encountering physical and mental disabilities are seen under this model as unusual and are therefore classified as disease. And if you come to the Akan language, people refer to them as Yarefo. Economic model. The economic model of disabilities approaches disability from the viewpoint of economic analysis, focusing on the various disabling effects of an impairment on a person's capabilities, and in particular on labor and employment capabilities, also by Retif and the SOSA 2018. And in the midst of all this, WHO has come up with what it calls the community-based rehabilitation metrics, CBR, community-based rehabilitation metrics. And that combines all these various models together. And this model, this strategy by the WHO sees the response to disability issues as made up of 5 broad domains. 5 broad domains. And here we have health, education, social, livelihood, and empowerment. And this gives us the opportunity to holistically and appropriately respond to disability issues. And since I'm talking to health professionals, I just want to talk about the 5 components in the health domain. Of course, each of the 5 domains also has 5 components. But for the benefit of us as health professionals, I'll look at the 5 components in the health domain. And here we are talking about care for the disabled, health care for persons with disability, and then rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is one of the 5 components. Then we talk about disability prevention. Disability prevention is under the 5 components in the health domain. Then health promotion, and the last component is assistive devices. So here we are talking about the devices that persons of disability use, and also the devices that we use generally in the healthcare, even for people who do not have obvious forms of disability, because there is a loss of function, and we use those devices to restore these functions. I'll talk now about disability and health. Health is generally defined as a state of complete mental, physical, and social well-being of a person, and not only the absence of disease, as indicated by WHO in 1948, and then later in the child 2014. And on the basis of the ICF definition of disability, as I have already spoken about, and the Deputy Minister also said, health and disability are inseparable. You can't separate the two. Ill health results in disability, and disability can also lead to a state of ill health. Professor Chairman and esteemed listeners, please permit me to give some examples across the major areas of specializations of the college to illustrate the relationship between health and disability. I'll start with examples from SED. It's been established by Agbonoku 2011 and Agbonoku et al. 2013 that biliary ulcer resulted in total loss of the eye in some cases. The lesions occurred in the eye region, and it ended up taking out the whole eye. And in the study in 2013, out of a total of 336 possible cases of biliary ulcer, 33.6% ended up with disabilities such as facial deformities and contractures at the knees, ankle, and elbow, shoulder joints. It has also been reported that of 70 various cases studied at Konkwanochi Teaching Hospital, 42.9% suffered scar contractures, while 36.7% suffered contractures in their arms that impeded elevation of the arm. Other examples in surgery include implant of pacesetters in the heart, use of catheter to facilitate urination, and in medicine, we can speak of examples like diabetes resulting in amputation, stroke leading to physical disabilities, and reduced activity or participation restriction in the stroke patients. In OBG, examples are fistula, and that's a good example of such cases whose participation is restricted and their activities are also limited. In child health, severe acute malnutrition can lead to stunting, and that can also result in some form of disability. childhood cancers, and other childhood infections can also lead to disability. On the other hand, disability can lead to ill health. Generally, persons with disability are faced with a wide range of hurdles with respect to access to health care, which may include prohibitive costs and means of transportation to health centers, unfriendly physical and built environment, and personnel to provide the services. This is noted by McCall et al. 2015. In Ghana, it is a common knowledge that people with serious mental disorders receive little or no treatment to their condition. The preventive activities and health promotion initiatives in the health sector fail to factor in the needs of persons with disability. This is noted by Ryman and WHO. Indeed, WHO in 2018 has noted that it is likely women with disabilities do not fully participate in screening for breast and other cancers. And intellectually impaired adolescents and adults are neglected from sex education and other health-related programs. Disabled persons are much more vulnerable and susceptible to healthcare deficiencies. And depending on the group and the setting, persons with disabilities may experience greater vulnerability to secondary conditions, comorbid conditions, age-related conditions, and they may engage in health risky behavior and higher rates of premature death. The socioeconomic impact of disability. Persons with disabilities suffer from so many challenges, barriers, and demands posed by the society. Some may suffer social isolation, community mockery, noted by 2013, stigmatization, and some name calling. Persons with disability are also confronted with economic and personal dependency, which have influence on their mental health, and sometimes the repercussions of these are total loss of self-esteem and image, noted by Ludwig and Collins, 1970. According to Kleiner, 2015, a disabled person has three essential ways of reaction to the society. And these are denial of its existence, acceptance of its existence, or seeking indirect benefit from the situation. And the most common reaction of the disabled person is prejudice or denial of the situation. That's noted by Grawa 2010. The blind person may wear dark glasses, and the deaf pretends to hear, and many other scenarios can be described. The behavior portrayed by these people does not hide the reality of their situation to themselves and the persons without disability. But the victims want to view their disability as acceptable, though not ideal. They want to be able to live life as if nothing has changed and feel as full of their abilities, capitalizing on their strength and ignoring what they no longer can do, and not to live in despair. This attitude often shows up after the grieving period or moments of denial and despair. The economic impact of disability begins from the micro level, that is the individual and the family level, and extends to the macro level, that is the community and the national level. The impact of disability on the economy comprises direct and indirect costs analyzed as follows. The direct costs incurred with respect to disability can be classified into two ways. That is, the amount of disability benefits expended by institutions responsible for provision of assistance for disability care. And two, the cost the family must incur for the welfare of victims. In developed countries, the expenditure incurred with respect to disability is very huge. And in the UK, for example, in the year 2018-2019, approximately £46.3 million was spent on incapacity, disability, and injury benefits, noted by UK Statista 2019. Persons suffering from forms of disability in societies require special assistance and treatment, and this accounts for additional costs in order to maintain a good standard of living for them. Additional health services, extended periods of hospitalization, costly transportation medium, and assistive devices or appliances are required for such persons, and these take large proportion of the family's income, which could have been channeled to other mediums to rather generate more income for the survival of the family. The indirect cost constitutes lost productivity of labor of disabled people. This could be as a result of no employment or underemployment, where victims do not have anything doing, but solely depend on other individuals for survival. Also, disabled victims become reliant on family members for all their needs, including mobility, for which reason the caregivers are out of economic productivity. The state or the country also incur costs and challenges with people with some forms of disability, such as mental illness, and we can all be witnesses to the expenditure government incurs in the mental health facilities. And the last point I want to make on this economic cost is the Ghana example, where, for instance, the government has given 3% of the District Assembly Common Fund for the support and maintenance of persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by reiterating that disability cannot be delineated from health, because ill health and disability are strongly linked to mental issues. All efforts should therefore be made to address barriers to health care for persons with disability, because everyone in this room and elsewhere can become disabled at one point or the other in our lives. And I end with the following recommendations. 1. Disability education should be integrated into all health-related training programs in various institutions in order to increase the knowledge base of all health professionals regarding disability and provide them with the skills and orientation to provide health care for persons with disability. 2. Efforts should be made to generate quality and reliable data on disability and related disparities in access to health care to inform appropriate policies and directions. 3. Evidence-based health and wellness programs that meet the needs of all persons should be initiated and promoted in Ghanaian communities. And 4. Government should improve access to quality and affordable healthcare services by supporting adaptation of physical and health environment of health facilities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We'll have a visitor interview. Thank you very much. We will now receive our guest of honor, but I will introduce him again. We have a name called Nilante. Nilante comes from my tribe, a Ga clan called Lante Jam. Nilante is given to the first boy. So we will see why he's been called Nilante. Reverend Father Campbell was born in Dublin, Ireland on Wednesday, 27 March 1946. He came from a very humble background. And at the age of 13 years, when he was ready to start secondary school, his parents couldn't really afford to send him. So he started working as a delivery van boy. He ended up paying for himself, and then he finally achieved his Bachelor of Divinity degree in 1970 at the age of 24 years. A year after that, in 1971, 13th October, he arrived in Ghana to work as a Catholic missionary priest in the Society of the Divine Word. 9 years later, he founded and opened the Sacred Heart Vocational Institute for poor and needy students in Accra Central. Over 4,000 needy students have passed through the school since its foundation. He was acting principal from 1980 to 1987. Present enrollment is about 1,000 students. In 1982, he was appointed a member of the management committee of the Princess Marie Louise Children's Hospital, Accra. And from September 1986 to date, he has been the chair of the management committee for the same hospital. On 25th October 1988, he became a founding member of Help Age Ghana as an executive member. In 1993, he founded the Lepers Aid Committee, a committee of young people committed to assist the cured lepers and raising funds. And since 1977, the committee has been visiting and assisting cured lepers at Weja, Ho, Ankafo, Kokofu, Nkachina, Cape Coast, and Wa. In 2001, 6th January, former President, Light Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, conferred on him the Order of the Volta. In 2004, 19th August, he was awarded the Millennium Excellence Award for Foreign Personality of the Decade. On 14th November 2005, he received the National Award for being the second runner-up in the National Voluntary Blood Donor campaign, having donated over 60 pints of blood. On 20th February 2010, he was awarded the Tema Excellence Award for work with the poor. On 30th April 2011, he received an award from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for his work in promoting and protecting fundamental rights of poor and needy in Ghana. In 2016, he commissioned a 40-room accommodation for lepers in Kanchina. And then in 2018, he commissioned a leprosy unit at the Kokofu General Hospital for the cured lepers at Kokofu in the Ashanti region. Last year, he was appointed a member of the Committee for the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. And next year, there's an award waiting for him. He will receive an honorary doctorate award from the University of Allied Health Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you can come.
Chairperson, Deputy Minister of Health, President, Rector, members of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, doctors, physicians, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly with great trepidation, I say, with humility, I stand before you. I was telling somebody yesterday that I will be addressing the distinguished guest. He said, Father, just say during the church. So, you're my parishioners this morning, and I'm very happy to be here with you, to share with you. It's a great pleasure to be invited to be part of the 16th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of this August on today. I'm very grateful to you for choosing the many options you had. When I received the invitation to attend this event, and to make some opening remarks, two things came to mind. First, I asked myself, why me? Why me? Because this is a meeting of medical doctors, physicians and surgeons, and I'm only a priest with no experience whatsoever in medicine, apart from working 2 long vacations as an auxiliary male nurse in a hospital in Liverpool. That's the only experience. So what does a priest have in common with medical doctors in a big annual meeting? Upon reflection, however, I realized we have quite a lot in common. At the moment, we are all about improving the lives of people, bringing healing and hope of good health to people. The medical doctor indicates his skill or her skill, or knowledge and talent to the healing of people, bringing them relief and happiness when they are sick. The priest similarly helps people reach God ultimately, but while on earth helps them find healing, peace in body and soul. And this similarity of objectives assures me that I would not be totally out of place before you. Secondly, why am I invited to speak on disability, its health and socioeconomic impact? My only guess is that you're inviting me because of my work with the poor in general and with cured lepers and similar disabled, challenged people. This makes me even more comfortable to be in your presence because this particular aspect of my ministry brings me the most joy and happiness. The joy of knowing that the little that you give brings so much happiness to people truly in need. And yes, the little we do out of love brings much joy to the poor, to the sick, to the lepers, to the disabled, and make such a difference in their lives. It makes such a difference because they're truly in need due to their disability. The disabled, through no fault of theirs, are restricted in many aspects of their lives. They do not have the physical attributes that enables competition with the rest of society for resources, space, and opportunities in an increasingly competitive world. In many cases, we would rather not have them in our spaces, in our faces, at our dining table, or share anything with them. They knock on our doors, they stare at us at traffic lights, and they disturb us after church. We would be so happy to keep them out of our sight, out of our mind, out of our conscience, and out of our lives. Yet according to the authorities, such as the World Health Organization's United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, and Ghana Persons with Disabilities Act 2006, Act 715, disability is an inescapable human condition, and at one point or another, almost every person is exposed to and may experience temporary or permanent disability. Indeed, disability is a global phenomenon which was and will continue to be with us. Our Lord Jesus Christ healed lepers and other physically challenged people throughout his ministry and enjoins us to show love to them and support them. Luke chapter 17, verse 11. WHO suggested over 1 billion people, which is about 15% of the world's population, have some form of disability. And this figure is higher at 18% for developing countries, which is Canada. And even though disability occurs across all age profiles, it is increasingly associated with aging, making it more prevalent among the aged. According to the World Health Organization, people with disability have greater unmet health needs because health promotion and prevention activities seldom target them. For example, women with disability receive less screening for breast and cervical cancer than women without disability. In my own ministry with the lepers, it became clear to me that the lack of power and influence by the disabled has meant they are mostly ignored in the allocation of resources aimed at addressing the socio-economic challenges of society, including health. They are often too sick, too weak to raise their voices to be heard and noticed. They are seen as a nobody in society. Why ask lepers to live on 1 CD a day? Why should a leper tell me that he wants to die at a leper settlement and not in a hospital? Because of stigmatization and discrimination. Prisoners are allocated 1 CD, 80 pesos daily for food. Most inadequate. They're there for punishment. So why give lepers 1 CD a day? What wrong have they done? It's not their fault they have leprosy. Or stigmatization, or discrimination. I went to a hospital recently with my soup kitchen staff, a Presbyterian soup kitchen. We take care of 50 or 60 children and adults who walk the streets every day. We take care of them food, we give them breakfast and lunch, we take care of their medical care. And so I send them to a hospital. So I went with them one day. The hospital staff were so nice to me. And to the children, to their surprise of the staff that came with me from my soup kitchen. But my staff told me, in my absence, how medical staff shout at these children, abuse them, calling them names, saying they are dirty and filthy, threatening to sack them, and looking down on them as street children. Are we not all God's children, made in the image and likeness of God? Why treat the disabled, the poor, the needy, and the marginalized? Why treat them like this? Why discriminate? Why? I can give you some horrendous stories about how cured lepers were treated in the times past. Some of the stories are awful. I can think of one. I can never forget this lady. She needed amputation, the left leg above the knee. I took her to the hospital. The surgeon says, amputation, left leg above the knee. And Father, here's her folder. You go and find her a bed. No. I had to look for a bed. I went to the ward and I got a lecture on leprosy from the nursing assistant. She says, how can I take a leper to my preferred leper in my ward? Then she went down to see the doctor, the surgeon. And in the meantime, she says, Father, go and get an x-ray. I went with a nurse, a doctor, and a member of my community. In the meantime, the nurse ran away. We went to the x-ray unit and we saw on the folder, Rachel Leprosarium. The woman in charge said, sorry, Father, the x-ray unit was broken down. I was told there was an x-ray unit upstairs, a small one. I took her there. I had to undress her. I had to put her on the bed with her on the x-ray bed, and put a chair on her leg, and take her x-ray. We took the x-ray and brought her back to the ward. At that stage, a small room was ready just for her. And I was told again, one day after the operation, we take her home. She had the operation. It was successful. I disappeared for a week. I couldn't, in conscience, allow that woman to come home. It wasn't at that stage in Rachel, there's no hospital. And to take somebody home one day after operation above the knee, I said, it's scandalous. Why do you treat people like this? Just why? These experiences and facts and statistics must agitate and disturb all of us, and we try harder to improve the conditions of the poor and disabled. We have to try to translate good intentions and rhetoric into concrete actions. It is very disappointing that 15 years after the passage of Disability Act 2006 715, with all the fanfare that accompanied it, the plight of the disabled has remained largely unchanged and in many cases worsened. The Act, which made provisions for accessibility, employment, transport, health and education for persons with disabilities, gave us a lot of hope, but has seen little enforcement action. Section 7, Act 175 states, I quote, "A person who provides service to the public shall put in place the necessary facilities that make the service available and accessible to a person with disability." Unquote. Till today, contrary to what the Act proposes, most public and private buildings have little access facility for the disabled. Not many schools are integrated for persons with disability. Not many seats are reserved seats for people with disability in public transport. And not many people are being prosecuted for contravening the provision. Why? These challenges are the reason I've dedicated my life and my ministry to the service of the poor and disabled. That's why I'm constantly asking for help to support them and reminding everyone every day of support and reminding them of their task as a Christian. That is why I give them my voice to be shouting to be heard and noticed. Even my priest called me a leper priest. One time President Muhammad came to Waja to visit the lepers. But I'll always remember, I said, I need money to finish the leprosarium up in Cantina. And he looked at me and smiled and said, "Father, you're a real beggar priest." And I said, "Yes, I beg it for these people. There's no bills to pay for them. He'll give me the money later." Since 1971, when I arrived at Ghana as a young SPD missionary priest, I've been drawn to the plight of the poor, where I have the honor and privilege to shepherd. Without realizing the infectious nature of the love of Christ and the great contribution my other and the community at large has led me to some remarkable achievements, prominent by the establishment of the Leprosy Aid Committee in 1993, covering facilities in Waja, Ankofo, Kokofo, and Nkanchina. I also served within Princess Children's Hospital, the Korti Bay Hospital at Korti Bay, about 30 miles from Accra, and the Tube Kitchen became where 60 adults and children are fed daily, given medical attention, and those interested in going to school, we give them the opportunity and pay for their expenses. Above all, we give them love and support. With the support of many good people in this country, new projects are being envisioned. These include a shelter for street children in collaboration with the SPD and the government to be built on the land provided by the government at Holy Road. Each of these projects need continuing support, financially and technically, and you too can help. We can propose it in our hearts to support the poor and the needy and the disabled with our time, our substance, or join a force for good to call on our government, our policy makers and politicians to give serious consideration to the plight of the poor, meeting in the same room. More action and less talk. When you read the Gospel, Matthew chapter 10 verse 42, you give a cup of cold water to the least of my brothers, you give it to me. Matthew 25, when I was sick, when I was hungry, when I was in prison, when I was naked, you visited me. And Mother Teresa's famous saying, give and give until it hurts you. I challenge you to help the poor. If I ask each and every one of you this morning, give me the keys of your car, and give me your car for a week, and let me take your car and take the lepers, the handicapped, the street children, to Cape Coast, to a holy, to Agsm, what would your reaction be? Would you give me your car, please, and you take the road today? Would you do that? If I asked you to give me the provision of your house, just give me your house for a day, so I can make a party, have a nice party for all the disadvantaged in the poor. Would you give me your house for a day and feed those children and others? Would you? Pope Francis told us, please, get out of your church services and be with the poor, be with the needy, be with the marginalized. He himself visits at night those living roughly in Rome. I'm asking you, leave your offices and consulting rooms and visit regularly leper settlements, the street children, the handicapped, poor families. Join me in visiting the places where the street children sleep. Temeluri Station, Ophelia House, National Theatre, Osu by ShopRite. They will teach you how to sleep standing up. When it rains, there's nowhere to go, they have shelter under some rooms and all sorts, and they learn how to sleep standing up. I feel for them. That's why St. Paul said in Romans chapter 12, verse 16, make real friends with the poor. Real friends with the poor. Can we do that? Can we come down to the level of the poor person and visit them and make real friends with them? Can you adopt a needy child, a poor child, or a leper, or a needy family this Christmas? A CD a day is just so inadequate for anyone to live on and enjoy Christmas. What do we do? We want more action. And let's talk. Let's do something to help them. Let's give them that dignity and respect which they need. They are children of God, needing unity to the likeness of God. When I addressed the handicapped recently during the World Day of Disability, I told them that there were treasures in society. They came in crutches, they came in wheelchairs, with the blind, the lame, all there. But I told them you are treasures in society because they bring the goodness out of us by us sharing. They are treasures and we love them. So while supporting these, let us also not forget to support places like the Crime Rehabilitation Center, schools for the deaf, the blind, the leprosy, all over the country. Let's support them. So I want to say thank you for inviting me. I wish you fruitful deliberations during this important meeting. May God Almighty bless your thoughts, actions as you deliberate the plight of the disabled and the poor. It's been a real pleasure and a blessing for me to address you this morning. Thank you, and God bless you.
Words are not coming. When he said, they give them food, they give them food, and he said, we also give them love. It reminded me of the story of a group of people who went to visit an old people's home. And they were walking to the Agsm and everything, they were leaving. And so they were just saying goodbye, goodbye. Then they got to this lady and they said, next time when we are coming, what should we buy for you? She said, when you are coming, buy me love. They couldn't forget that statement. 2 weeks later, they went back to visit her. She was there. So sometimes when we get these opportunities, let's do something. I feel like saying hallelujah. I would like us to recognize the presence of the Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Godfrey Ibuatami. I'll now invite the Director to do the Honorary Fellowship Award.
Chairman, college presidents, I'd like to invite Professor Howard to join me up here. And I will read a citation that we put together for him for the award of the Honorary Fellowship of the college. Professor David John Howard, Professor of Head and Neck Oncology, Imperial College London, an Honorary Consultant ENT and Head and Neck Surgeon, University College London Hospitals, an Honorary Fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine. You had your medical education at the University of London, graduating in 1972. Your postgraduate training was initially in general surgery, graduating as a general surgeon at the Royal College of Surgeons of London in 1978. You subsequently trained as a ear, nose and throat surgeon at the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh in 1981. Since then, you have worked in various positions till attainment of Professor of Head and Neck Oncology. You are a man of many parts and talents, and known by your colleague ENT surgeons in the UK as Master of Masters, because they call on you for assistance when they have encountered difficult surgical cases. You visited the ENT unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital in Accra for the first time in the year 2000 at the request of a Ghanaian nurse who had worked with you in London. Over the last 2 decades, you have visited the unit once or twice a year at your own expense. In Ghana, you have mentored consultants and provided teaching to postgraduates, undergraduates, nurses, and assisted with management of ENT patients who require complex surgical interventions. You have also made useful contributions at academic clinical meetings at the Department of Surgery. You facilitated the placement and training of 3 ENT surgeons for subspecialty fellowship training in head and neck surgery and rhinology at the Group Shaw Hospital in South Africa. You also introduced the use of carbon dioxide laser in surgical interventions at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. In 2018, together with your wife, Professor Valerie Loom, you donated a brand new carbon dioxide laser equipment worth £50,000 to the ENT unit in Kenya. You subsequently arranged for carbon dioxide laser treatment course in the UK for one of the ENT surgeons from Kolebu. Kolebu is now one of the few centers in the sub-Saharan Africa with this capability. You have recently introduced a principal speech and language therapist from the UK to commence training of our local speech and language therapists in 2020. We supported the establishment of a temporal bone laboratory at the Koliko Teaching Hospital by the donation of a surgical drill and accessories. We also donated 6 microscopes to support the establishment of the Ghana College Temporal Bone Surgical Skills Course, a requirement for postgraduate training in ENT worldwide. Your charity also paid surgical fees for some of the needy patients after operation and subsequent interventions after the initial surgery. You have several affiliations to academic societies in the UK. You were the founding president of the British Laryngological Association. You have also served as an external examiner with the Royal College of Surgeons and some medical schools on the British Isles and abroad. You are a recipient of several prestigious prizes and awards in America and abroad. You have served as visiting professor to several universities in America, China, Hong Kong, Ghana, and Tanzania. You have to your credit 105 publications in peer-reviewed journals. And have contributed to or authored 34 books. College President, for his immense contribution to capacity building and exceptional resource mobilization and support for both ENT training and service in Ghana, I present Professor David John Howard for the award of the Honorary Fellowship of the College, the highest award of the Ghana College of Business and Services.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Rector and the Head Reeve have so clearly demonstrated, there are a huge number of distinguished guests here today, not just from the Ghana College, but from other colleges, West Africa, and the government. It's very hard for me to put into words my thanks to the college for this honour. I've been to probably, I would guess now, close to 100 graduation ceremonies and honours ceremonies since I started medical school 54 years ago. And actually, I'm in an unusual situation. The Reverend Andrew reminded me of that because of his prodigious numbers of awards. Normally, I'm sitting down here, and on the stage, receiving an award, so many that I can't possibly, it would take the next hour to tell you about them. Normally, it's my wife who's here. She informed me about a week ago that she had been lecturing, teaching in more than 80 countries worldwide now. I have only been to about 50 countries teaching and lecturing. And so I'm not exaggerating when I say I'm used to being down there and seeing her collect the honours. In fact, in about 50 countries, I am known as the man with Valerie Lund. What's his name? So, to say that I'm grateful to the college is really an understatement. I don't have a prepared speech. I've been to so many graduation ceremonies. There are always eminent speakers, and there are always important points to take away from their speeches. The first thing to say to you in all the years I've been coming to Ghana is to echo the Deputy Minister's point. You don't need to leave Ghana. The world outside does not have a better, more progressive, younger, more enjoyable health system. Yes, you've got loads of challenges ahead of you, but don't think that going to the UK or America or Europe or Australia or these other rich countries, which by the way I have had dozens and dozens of fellows from, if you think that they are the prime centres in the world, they are not. They have their own problems. In fact, WHO puts the richest country in the world, USA, it is way down the list of health services. Yes, it's fine for a fair number of the population, and it's absolutely terrible for around about 80 million people. They could learn a lot from Ghana. I applaud this topic, and I applaud everything that Anthony said to you. And if you only read one textbook the rest of your career, read The Health Gap. The Health Gap by Sir Michael Marmot, Professor of Epidemiology. It will explain to you why Anthony, why the Reverend Andrew are so important when they're teaching you. You should put it on the college website, The Health Gap. Every politician, every doctor, every minister, everybody should read, because it explains a lot, and it's very important at the stage you're at in your health service in Ghana. And this discussion about the disabled and the discussion about the poor, it's extremely important. I'm a surgeon, but I'm telling you that's important. One of the subjects not mentioned this morning, and which I find during my travels in Africa that's extremely important, is anaesthesia. I would like to see more emphasis on training anaesthetists. They're an integral part of African hospitals. And right now the peri-operative mortality around Africa, where surgery is done, is a massive problem. If you don't believe me, read the Lancet report from 257 African hospitals published last year. Anaesthesia is a key component of a successful hospital. A message for the young people. We had a meeting yesterday about postgraduate medical education. All the young members and all the young fellows, I want you to remember that your main role in the rest of your life, whatever discipline you're in, is to be a teacher. You teach your patients. You teach their relatives. You teach your friends about health. And also, you look after your own health. So much disease in the modern world is related to our lifestyle. You are a teacher, and you're going to carry on being teachers. And I mean everything from medical students to august senior people. And I'm only 72, so I'm going to be around for at least another 30 years. So I'm going to be coming back and seeing if you are good teachers. Teaching about health and health care. Not just doing your job. By the way, it's not a job. It's a vocation. You young people, it's the rest of your life. Okay? It's a vocation, it's not a job. And my final point is to Henry. Henry, you're doing such a good job as an MC that you're in danger of having this job for the whole of the rest of your life.
This is right.
Thank you very much. We will now start with the admission of new members. And we'll start with the division of physicians. So I will invite the Vice President, Division of Physicians of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, Dr. Audrey Forson, to carry out this task. Let's welcome her, please.
Hello, President. By the authority of the Council, I present to you three specialists who have undergone postgraduate residency training in various accredited institutions and have also passed the examinations prescribed by the respective faculties. You may please confer on them, member of the Ghana College, the following specialties. So I mention the names, please learn up. Family medicine, Dr. Patience Amanoipu, Dr. Abna Rewa Amafia Adjuma, Amwatun Adjuma. Sorry, it's a bit fast. Nana Ekwa P.A. Bapa, Dr. Baba Nina Kamwa, Dr. Kechi Joy, Dr. Henry Jaffa, Dr. Agism Okubua, Dr. Kofi Nkong. That's for family medicine. Internal medicine, Dr. Vishnu Nene Imo Abayado, Dr. Victoria Adin Nkong, Dr. Akosia Nkoma Atman, Dr. Rosemary Adna Kwenyefu Alindago, Dr. Frida Glover, Dr. Emmanuel Donu Picha, Dr. Desmond Ezra Kofi, Dr. Lenina Nabi Tesi, Dr. William Akutete, Dr. Alfred Copper, as for internal medicine. Laboratory medicine, Dr. William Kesikami, Dr. Kofi Ozenapia. So these people are laboratory medicine. Pediatrics and child health, Dr. Nicholas Kobla Akaku Asiago, Dr. Elliot Ofeya Kote, Dr. Emanuela Amwaku, Dr. Margaret Okuma Njiaje, Dr. Diana Alintima Afanga, Dr. Nana Ikwa Akuma Akuma, Dr. Aisha Osiri Awungila, Dr. Alexander Hay Garimapu, Dr. Cyprian Bayman, Dr. Jeffrey Amakwa Wachiansa, Dr. Flora Ude Wachimensa, Dr. Florence Naagoli Brown, Dr. Benedicta Ama Mensma Ishambroka, Dr. Lamin Makalo, Dr. Veronica Eminam Nanda, Dr. Edna Kaiko Ibuda, Dr. Ekwa Kachua Osu Jansi, Dr. Samuel Kidero Salaman, Dr. Ernestina Nana Watumashango, Dr. Lily Gloria Tego, Dr. Josephine Elena Aku Kansi, Dr. Catherine Popo Tete. So these are the pediatricians. That's the number. Dr. Dennis Kitiwa Ado, Dr. Sheila Akiabuke, Dr. William Frank Kumsen, Dr. Yerito Mara, Dr. Alberta Isiaka Safwan, Dr. Albert Seduya, Dr. Susan Sopak, Dr. Stephen Yonako. This is the psychiatrist. Public health, Dr. Yao Dankwa Ekenakwa, Dr. Jeffrey Kojo Ani, Dr. Jovan Kojo Atikwa, Dr. Kosia Sika Eisi, Dr. Moses K. Boni, Dr. Teresa Eko Dankwa, Dr. Sally Yawa Dr. Wallace Ashite Dr. Nanaya Dr. Robert Mabinaya Dr. Adam Zakaria, Dr. Bernard Enumizi. So these are the public health physicians. Radiology, Dr. Sidney Nibi Abrahams, Dr. Ebenezer Afani, Dr. Pierre Kusi Edu Amankwa, Dr. Solomon Awada, Dr. Ebenezer Paul Batman, Dr. Raphael Nicholas Mali, Dr. Coughlin Kai Mensa, Dr. Emanuela Caroline Nkiama, Dr. Mary Kode Ibu, Dr. Abna Otoman Anani, Dr. Desmond Shinkin Akwani. So then we have radiation oncology and radiation therapy. We have to Dr. Bismarck Ruben Amon. And not last but not the least, Dr. Daniel Sam. Mr. President, your mandate.
By the powers vested in me as the President of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, I confer on you the membership of the college in your specialties with all the privileges and responsibilities. Congratulations.
Will take the college flag. Please place your right hand over your pre-organ. And say after me, inserting your name where appropriate. So I, upon my honor pledge, to faithfully observe and obey the laws and regulations of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. I pledge to promote the highest ethical practice and professionalism. I pledge to constantly upgrade my knowledge and skill and pass these on to future generations. through the teaching of students and health professionals. I pledge to promote the general health of society through advocacy. Through this pledge, I promise to maintain and faithfully defend the honor, dignity, and good name of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. So help me God.
No, I'm switch over. This one is the one. Thank you. This we are streaming it YouTube. Yes, the one at the Agsm one. It's as well as streaming as YouTube. Yes.
We will now invite the Vice President, Division of Physicians, Professor Deborah, to usher Division of Surgery. Division of Surgery, Professor Samuel Deborah.
By the authority of the Council, I present to you these specialists who have undergone postgraduate residency training in various accredited institutions and have also passed the examinations prescribed by the respective faculties. May please confer them member of the Ghana College in the following specialties. Anesthesia, Dr. Agsm Amedewolu, Dr. Ragnar Lydia Aprekupera, Dr. Kwame Elisi, Dr. Rosemary Glover, Dr. Yao Edibofo Kusi, Dr. Samad Obate Lamte, Dr. Aida Lewis Mateko Oberi, Dr. Esme Safi, Dr. Zam Naira Tahir, Dental Surgeon, Dr. Wendelin Na Amoko Amante, Dr. Richard Atuo Ampo, Dr. Kofi Beluade, Dr. A. Kwesi Blunson, Dr. Patrick Siao Wodi, Dr. Kotu Bosunkin Achempo, Dr. Paul Frimpong, Dr. Edmund David, Dr. Nanantuko Anthony Jima, Dr. Selon Manfro, Dr. Iduni Latte Manson, Dr. Jonathan Tete Olesu, Dr. Selassie Ivan Tamaku, Dr. Helen Efraknoki Walker, Emergency Medicine, Dr. Samuel Peter Akidelis, Dr. Amin Coker, Dr. Felicia Birch Freeman, Dr. Enoch Opoku Afuyi, Dr. Manasewa Agmankwa, Dr. David Owusu Secho, Dr. Ernest Yeboah, Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Joshua John Adam, Dr. Benedict James Akari, Dr. Simon Kojo Adebami, Dr. Binyo Yauche Agleze, Dr. Michael Akabwa Nani, Dr. Nelson Ampa, Dr. David Lee Okai Anti, Dr. Rita Asawa Lori, Dr. Felix Abeiba Bowu, Dr. Zakari Bukar, Dr. Peter Adolfin Bong, Dr. Sir Kelly Hazard, Dr. Isaac Kwesi Koran, Dr. Wilson Kusi Boka, Dr. Richard Ludlow, Dr. Eliza Abba Mason, Dr. James Likwe Nike, Dr. Ben Okusiba, Dr. Olusumensa Osei, Dr. Collins Oten, Dr. Solomon Afisi Sidwabe, Dr. Edgar Sukime, Dr. Kobna Chibotachi, Dr. Farida Wilson, Dr. Benteriba Luba, Dr. Patrick Yamo, Dr. Abna Kulebi Yosa, from ophthalmology, Dr. Dennis Namofiu Amati, Dr. Chris Emerson, Dr. Vera Bailey, Dr. Abigail Yakob Something, Dr. Kweku Opon Barton, Dr. Louis Otinjuma, from Otto Rhino Laryngology, Dr. Louis Kwame Amon, Dr. Estella Benson Amon, Oversight, Dr. Jefferson Adam, Dr. Tekeli Kojo Adanu, Dr. Faisal Ajay, Dr. Elifel Koku Alekefe, Dr. Nebo Pokura Amakumwati, Dr. Kweku Bimpong Ampo, Dr. Doreen T. Anderson, Dr. Jennifer Anderson, Dr. George Anson, Dr. Benjamin Manga Hua, Dr. Kupi Kakari Bonsu, Dr. George Dakoop Brown, Dr. Christian Labi Kunse, Dr. Abdullah Dukuru, Dr. Donald Tenengwa A.T., Dr. Benjamin Sana Femi, Dr. Fidemonon Kwame Kumasi, Dr. Kofi Teria Nelson, Dr. Okechukwu Mugaru, Dr. Richard Osei Chalupo, Dr. Jeffrey Usa, sir, Dr. Isaac Tate, Dr. Evans Asiri Sepa. Finally, Dr. Philip Hack. Your members.
By the power vested in me as President of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, I confer on you the membership of the College in your specialties with all the privileges and responsibilities. Congratulations.
Please locate your apex feet and put your right hand over it and say after me, inserting your name where appropriate. I, upon my honor pledge, to faithfully observe and obey the laws and regulations of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. I pledge to promote the highest level, the highest ethical practice and professionalism. I pledge to constantly upgrade my knowledge and skills and pass these on to future generations through teaching of students and health professionals. I pledge to promote the general health of society through advocacy. Through this pledge, I promise to maintain and faithfully defend the honor, dignity, and good name of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. So help me God. Congratulations.
Please, I've been handed a set of keys, car keys for a Toyota vehicle. So if you can't find yours, see me for identification and collection. We will now invite the rector of the college to admit the fellows.
So I'll present first fellows by election. By the authority of the council, I present to you college presidents the following, who possessing recognized postgraduate qualifications and through professional competence, accomplishment and research, and on the recommendation of the relevant faculties and the academic board, have been elected for the award of Fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. They are from the Division of Physicians, Faculty of Internal Medicine, Dr. Emmanuel Achemfua Kowa. Dr. Lambert Apia, Dr. Augustina Charlie Kelly, Dr. Fani Daparatiye, Dr. Eileen Michael, and Dr. N.S. York. From the Faculty of Laboratory Medicine, Dr. Joseph Mark Egan. Pediatrics and Child Health, Dr. Sewa Bonsu Asafrede, Dr. Charles Kinney Hammond, Dr. Sandra Abna, Watson Owusu, Dr. Vivian Pinto, and Dr. Catherine Sedekia. From the Division of Surgeons, Faculty of Ophthalmology, Dr. Yakubu Seydou Adam. Faculty of Surgery, Dr. Michael Adenku, Dr. Ben Eduseng, Dr. Ernest Omla Ahiaku, Dr. Francis Sumia Pao Etpila, Dr. Harry Akoto, Dr. Michael Amwa, Dr. Koku Adai Ahin Apia, Dr. Edward Asmanu, Dr. Florence David, Dr. Paul Hoyt Williams, Dr. Josephine Sample, Dr. Isaac Autry, and Dr. Samuel Oseketia. I now present fellows by election. By the authority of the council, I present to you college presidents the following who, having undergone senior residency training in an accredited institutions and have also passed the examinations prescribed by the respective faculties. You may please confer on them the award of Fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. From the Division of Physicians, Laboratory Medicine, Dr. Michael Ebo Apa. Pediatrics and Child Health, Dr. Adriana Namo Apa. Dr. Joyce and Association and Dr. Gcps Irene Yang, Dr. Gordon Manya Nudone, Dr. Delali Kujo Kiade, Dr. Oseiki, and from Radiology, Oncology, and Radiation Therapy, Dr. Pearl Abba Anuasko. From the Division of Surgeons, Dental Surgery, Dr. Kofi Osetutu. Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Jacob Kabnado Nkwamatu. Dr. Sojo Asoku Farakon Akiakobi, Dr. Philip Sapon, Dr. Amponsam Prepra, Dr. Lawrence Okongwedi, Dr. Samuel Otiebola-Ade, from Otolaryngology, Dr. Eunice Rabiat Abdullahi, Dr. Salime Sayosin, from surgery, Dr. Ijoma Ada, Dr. Daniel Yao, Doki Aglet, Dr. Elliot Akomoham, Dr. Douglas Ata, and Dr. Frank Obin. College President.
If becoming a member of the college is difficult, becoming a fellow of the college, I don't know. By the powers vested in me as the president of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, I confer on you the fellowship of the college in your specialties, with all the privileges and responsibilities thereto. Congratulations.
Now take the college pledge. Please place your right hand over your heart. And repeat after me, inserting your name where appropriate. I, upon my honor pledge, to faithfully observe and obey the laws and regulations of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. I pledge to promote the highest ethical practice and professionalism. I pledge to constantly upgrade my knowledge and skill and pass these on to future generations through teaching of students and health professionals. I pledge to promote the general health of society through advocacy. Through this pledge, I pledge to maintain and faithfully defend the honor, dignity, and good name of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. So help me God. Congratulations.
welcome back. We have, you see us doing a bit of debate because we have awards for some fellows in emergency medicine. This year is 10th anniversary of emergency medicine, and we had a conference in Kumasi, but the college feels it's appropriate to honor some people who have been very instrumental in the work of emergency medicine in Ghana. The first on our list is here. He is in the person of Dr. George Udru. He is the current faculty chair for Faculty of Emergency Medicine at the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. So please come forward and lead your flag.
Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, Agsm 2019. This plaque is presented to Dr. George Udru for your outstanding contribution to the development of emergency medicine practice in Ghana, 11 December 2019. Two other colleagues who are not present. The council decided to work to be awarded, but unfortunately, coming from the US sometimes isn't too easy. This plaque reads, Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, the Agsm 2019. This plaque is presented to Dr. Rockefeller Oting for your outstanding contribution to the development of emergency medicine practice in Ghana, 11 December 2019.
Well, this is a bit of a surprise, but I suppose emergency medicine always presents as a surprise. But on behalf of Rockefeller and myself, especially on behalf of the fellows who have qualified since this program started, on behalf of the members in emergency medicine, I'd like to say a big thank you to the council, to the college for supporting this rather new discipline and making sure that it has survived and grown, and we hope it will grow some more in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Time is fast spent, so we will skip the final interview. Invite the college council to close the ceremony.
Congratulations to our new members and fellows. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. I am Nicholas Apon, by the authority vested in me as the chairman of the Council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, declare this assembly closed.
We will ask Dr. Hannah Ayatin Andy to give us the vote of thanks. Let's welcome her, please.
Distinguished persons of the days and distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I consider it a privilege to be called upon to propose the vote of thanks for the 16th Annual General and Scientific Meeting and Graduation Ceremony. I will first of all like to thank God Almighty for making this opening ceremony possible and bringing it to a successful end. Secondly, I wish to acknowledge with gratitude our chairman for the ceremony, Professor Nicholas Apon, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Alexander Aban, who was here instead of the Minister of Health, Mr. Kweku Ajimani, Professor Anthony Edusei, for an excellent college lecture on disability, health, and socio-economic impact. Our guest of honor, Reverend Father Andrew Nilantekam, for his cherished presence, wise words, and immense contribution to social life. We are also grateful for the presence and support of our sister colleges, with whom we work together as a team to build a cadre of quality professionals for healthcare in the nation. Thank you for your fraternal messages. Once again, congratulations to our honorary fellowship awardee, Professor David John Howard, all newly qualified members and fellows by election and examination are equal. Finally, I would like to thank and appreciate members of council, including the rector, vice rector, president, vice president of the Division of Physicians and Surgeons, the college chief examiner, all faculty board members here, as well as the planning committee to prepare for this annual general and scientific meeting and graduation ceremony. Thank you also to all our cherished guests, friends, family, media, for being here. We acknowledge your distinguished presence. God bless you all.
So before we do the closing prayer, I would like us to give one big round of applause to all executive members on all the faculty boards, all the faculties of this college. One big My second round of applause is for those upstairs. The husbands, the wives, the children, they are all taking exams to be able to learn the husband. So a big round of applause for them upstairs. We love you. Thank you for supporting us. The night now we have to leave and do the work and all that. Thank you so much. We will now invite Reverend Dr. Manu J to give us a closing prayer.
Shall we please be abstinent? Father, we want to bless you for this morning, to this afternoon. We thank you, Lord, that the things you set our hearts to accomplish are your help for giving us to completion. In particular, we thank you for our distinguished guests that you brought to us. The role model that are presented to us and the young ones who are coming up. Our prayer that is also to take a challenge and giving up an influence upon the society. Once more, we bless you for bringing to our mind those who are disabled as well. Practice our professions and also be reminded that it's a vocation for life and also be teachers wherever you come. We bring this order to things that will guide us as a soldier on bringing help to the whole country. As we look at other programs for the next few days, we continue to watch over it and help us through. And above all, keep us all alive and healthy. So here by this time we meet again. Many more people that have been trained and also to give account of our stewardship to the country for the past year. We give you all the praise. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
We have a few announcements before we recess. The first one will be the order in which we will go for our refreshment from here. Now, every new graduate was given 2 invited guests. So each graduate will go to the canopy in the car park within the college yard. It's been labeled for members and fellows, but they are the graduates. Now, we don't want your visitors to go to the stand. So you will go yourself and collect your refreshment for yourself and your 2 invited guests. Fellows of the college who are old, let me call them old members and fellows, you have lunch in the restaurant. So new graduates will go to the car park, and then old fellows and members will go to the restaurant. Now, after that, we have faculty meetings this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Faculty meeting involves all members and fellows of faculty, and they will sit and deliberate. This year we have elections, and so elections also occur at that meeting. We expect it to go to about 4 or 5. Then at 7 p.m., we'll have a college dinner at Molenbeek Ambassador Hotel. It is at this dinner that you will receive your certificates. So we expect to see you there. So we will now recess in a reverse form back from which we came. So the college council will leave first. Shall we all rise?
Adé di cover. Mr. Joe, but your mommy, I didn't cover project and anymore. Yeah. What's it? My ending. May end in the one, but Mr. Joe, mommy, I didn't cover when anymore.